The Commission resumes. For the sake of good order, I want to repeat the ruling I gave earlier, and that is that no photographs are to be taken while the Commission is sitting. It's very disturbing and distracting if the cameras are clicking away in the background while one's trying to listen to the evidence. So that's the ruling I gave. And I would expect that to be observed, and if it's not, I shall have to do something about it. I'd also ask the photographers not to come into the well of the chamber. They're welcome to be in the chamber, they're welcome to take photographs when the Commission is not sitting, but please not in the well of the chamber, and please no photographs while the Commission is actually hearing evidence. You're still under oath, Minister? Mr. Nkosi Thomas? Sorry, I beg your pardon, you're still bound by your affirmation. And Mr. Nkosi Thomas, I understand the problem that you wanted to talk to the Minister about, you've now satisfactorily dealt with.
Chair. Thanks. Thanks, Ish. May I direct your attention, Minister, to page 289E of the BBB4 series, under tab 9.
Yes, someone.
Minister, you will see on the margin, on the left-hand side, the email that occurs at the bottom of the page. There's a 6. That's the 6th email I'm referring you to. Can you see that, Minister?
Yes.
Now, that email was written by Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, currently the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. And it has a caption, a heading, reading security situation. Can you see that, Minister?
Yes.
And of course, in similar vein to the 1289A, it's common cause that it was written to certain officials within Lonmin. Now, this is what the email says. I'll just read it out for context and convenience. Dear all, this is the Deputy President writing.
The gentleman who was not then the Deputy President, he had no public office at the time. He was the director of Lonmin. And he's writing to colleagues in Lonmin at 2:58 p.m. on the afternoon of Wednesday, the 15th of August.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, subject to the correction, kind correction from the Chair, this was written by the current Deputy President, then a colleague, writing to his colleagues within Lonmin on the 15th August 2012 at 2:58 p.m., addressing the security situation. Mr. Ramaphosa reports to his colleagues as follows. Dear all, I've just had a discussion with Susan Shabangu in Cape Town. 1, she agrees that what we are going through is not a labor dispute, but a criminal act. She will correct her characterization of what we are experiencing. 2, she is going into cabinet and will brief the president as well and get the Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa, to act in a more pointed way. She'll be in Johannesburg by 5 p.m. and would be able to speak to Roger. Let us keep the pressure on them to act correctly. You've already told this commission that you are not party to this communication. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 15th of August 2012, to your knowledge, was there a full cabinet meeting?
Well, there was no cabinet meeting on the 15th of August, but may I add also that I was also not in Cape Town on that day.
Where were you on the 15th?
On the 15th, I was. It was the last day of my work, my ministerial work in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which had started 3 days earlier.
So what is one to understand you to be saying? That you did not attend any cabinet meeting on the 15th because there was no such a meeting?
No.
Yes. Now, did...
Further, he says, and he wasn't even in Cape Town. So if there was a cabinet committee meeting of some kind, he wasn't at it because he was in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Chair.
All right. Now, did anyone... Excuse me? Well, Mr. Chaskalson says to me that that is clear from the cell phone records, so I take it that this is a matter that's common cause.
I wasn't suggesting that you were leading and shouldn't lead. As you said, I take it it'll be an uncontroversial matter. You can ask leading questions on it. If there's you yourself will realize what's controversial, but if you and I disagree on the point, I'll let you know. But carry on for the moment.
Now, did anyone, to your knowledge, ever prevail upon you, Minister, on the 15th of August 2012 to act in a pointed way, whatever that means?
No. No.
Minister?
You dropped your voice. I'm not sure it was recorded. You shook your head and your lips indicated you were saying no, but I'm not sure it was picked up by the microphone.
No, I'm saying no.
Yeah, the difficulty is that there's a mechanical recording, so when you shake your hand, I'm afraid it doesn't record your answer. So it does help to say it, to vocalize the answer. Now, during the period now leading to the 15th, did anyone prevail upon you to act one way or the other, pointed way or whatever way?
No. Perhaps during that period, I've heard people who were contacting me concerned about what was happening in Marikana.
Yeah, please tell the Commission about it.
Well, they were expressing concern. Firstly, I spoke to the Deputy President now, Mr. Ramaphosa, who had called earlier, or who had left a message, and I then returned the call. He explained to me that the situation in Marikana is bad. I'm not quoting his exact word, but he says he's concerned because people are dying there, property is being damaged there, and as far as he can see, there are no police or adequate police on the ground. And a similar message had been left by Mr. Zogwana then, who's the Minister of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries now, expressing a similar sentiment.
Mr. Zikwana spoke to you, or left the message then, in his capacity as the President of NUM.
Of NUM, yes.
Now, can you perhaps tell us, when did you receive this communication, firstly from Mr. Zikwana, and secondly, when did you have this conversation with Mr. Ramaphosa? Can you give us the day, firstly? And thereafter, if you can remember, or by referring to the records, tell us the times.
The date, I spoke to both of them immediately after the other, and it was on the 12th of August.
That was the Sunday?
It was the Sunday, yes.
In the afternoon or the evening?
In the afternoon, it was after 1800 hours.
Yes.
I may check exactly.
Oh, it's Sunday evening?
Sunday evening, yes. Yeah.
Yes, please proceed, Minister.
Well, as I said, they were expressing similar sentiment about the fact that they think that the major problem is that they don't see enough police on the ground.
Yes. And what did you do about that?
Well, I immediately contacted the province, the provincial commissioner of police in the province, firstly to ascertain the veracity of what I heard from the two gentlemen of damage to property, of lives lost, and you know, general violent situation, as it were, which the provincial commissioner confirmed that there is such a thing. Then I took time to want to understand what is it that the management of police is doing to deal with that kind of a situation.
Yes.
To curb it, as it were, that you prevent any damage. Well, the commissioner, the provincial commissioner, said to me that they are attending to the situation. They've interacted with the national office. There is going to be reinforcement of members on the ground so that they are able to deal with the situation, as it were, and ensure that the public order is maintained in that area.
Were you satisfied after that conversation that SAPS was indeed handling the matter adequately?
Well, I was satisfied because I have been dealing with my officials at the time of SAPS, and who have had situations where people would raise similar sentiments and they would respond, whether it's this province or that province or even nationally. So I had no reason not to doubt what she was saying, but I also appreciated that the situation is volatile.
Now, Minister, in Exhibit FFF29, which is your initial statement, paragraph 18, you don't have to go there, please. You deal with that issue at paragraphs 82 and 83 of the supplementary statement, page 23. Please, if you may turn. There you state that paragraph 18 of my first statement, I stated that having been elected to the situation in Marikana, I discussed the issue with the National Commissioner and was given the assurance that SAPS was capable of handling the matter. You then continue to say, I confirm the above, but however wish to add something. Please tell the Commission in your own words, why is it that reference to the Provincial Commissioner did not occur, was not made in the first statement?
Well, it was an oversight. It was an oversight. When I made the first statement, in the normal workings within the portfolio, the immediate person I call if there's anything is National Commissioner. So at any time if you ask me, did you tell the police, it would be the National Commissioner. In this instance, I had these 2 calls, and after the second call, I immediately called the Provincial Commissioner, because the way the 2 gentlemen were narrating the situation on the ground was that right now, even more things can still happen. So I immediately called but the records of my telephone, when I looked at them, it struck me that indeed I spoke to the Provincial Commissioner.
Did it make any difference in your reaction who the callers were? In other words, would you have acted differently had you been called by Mr. Joso saying that the situation in Marikana is deteriorating rapidly?
Whether it's Mr. Josop or Mr. Ramaphosa, to me it's the same. As the Minister of Police then, any person could pick up the phone and call me. I've had a lot of people who would call, some I don't even know, so it doesn't matter who would have called me.
Now, your statement, Minister, deals in detail with your further engagement with the National Commissioner as well as the Provincial Commissioner. Now, perhaps let's conclude this conversation about the Provincial Commissioner, your telephonic conversations with her. How many times in total did you speak to her during this period under review? The 9th, the 12th, leading up to the 16th at 4, which is the happening of the tragedy, the time of the happening of the tragedy.
Well, we spoke once with the National Commissioner. We spoke 3 times with the Provincial Commissioner.
Perhaps I should refresh your memory. Please, let me direct your attention to paragraph 81 of your statement, Minister. Which is, and that occurs at page 22 of the supplementary statement. Paragraph 81, there's a general denial of you ever bringing pressure of whatever sort to the operational team. And the first reason that you proffer in that regard is that during that period, you were on ministerial business in KwaZulu-Natal. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the National Commissioner is concerned, you mentioned that during the period under review, you spoke twice.
Yes, good correction.
Do you confirm that?
Yes, I must correct myself. We spoke twice, yeah?
Yes. And as far as the Provincial Commissioner is concerned, 81.3, you say you spoke thrice.
Yes.
And this accords with the telephone records that you have since submitted to this commission.
Yes.
Now, what was the general tenor of your communications, or your communication, as it were, with...
I wonder, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I wonder if it would be appropriate for us to take the first comfort break at this stage, and the witness can then give us the general tenor once we resume.
When we resume, may it please you,
We'll
Chair.
take a first comfort break for a quarter of an hour.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruptions. Let's get an 8, a new 8 with names replacing numbers. And then if you want to use it at any stage, you can use that document.
Yeah.
Do you have a list of the numbers, control list of numbers?
2. Here, Minister, you deal with the phone call that you made to Mr. Zokwana, the then president of National Union of Mine Workers, currently the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a call that you say here lasted for 198 seconds. Is that correct, Minister?
Yes.
And this is where he raised with you the gravity of the situation as it was unfolding in Marikana.
Yes.
And you then promised, last line of that paragraph, to ensure that SAPS handles the matter appropriately.
Yes.
You do confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Now, 85.1.3, a few seconds later, you then call the provincial commissioner. Is that correct, Minister?
Yes.
And that call lasts for 338 seconds?
Yes.
And this is where, as you've testified before, you sought to confirm the information that was relayed to you that was given to you by the two gentlemen that had called you before you made this telephone call. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you've already mentioned that you were satisfied during that conversation that the police were actively seized with the matter.
Yes.
Is that right? Very well. Now, paragraph 85.1.4, Minister, page 25. You mentioned that your interaction, this is a general statement, falls within your duties as Minister of Police at the time. And you mentioned that you would have been derelict in the extreme if, despite the tragedy that was unfolding, you hadn't contacted the relevant heads of police to obtain an official account which would inform any strategic intervention. Would you like to elaborate on that, Minister?
Well, yes. I think any person would expect that the Minister of Police to react when such things are raised with him. It's incumbent on the Minister of Police to satisfy himself or herself that indeed what has been raised is being attended to, especially because this is about the issue of safety and security of members of the public. So it was what I was expected to do, and I did it. Well, given a chance, I would do it again if there was such a chance, because people can report such things to you pertaining to your mandate, and then you don't raise that with people who are supposed to ensure that that happens.
Now, when you mention, you use words there, in other words, you state, I did not contact I would have been derelict. Let me put it this way. What you mention in this paragraph is that part of why you contacted the heads of police was so as to obtain an official account which would inform whether or not any form of strategic intervention is indicated.
Yes.
Now, what sort of strategic intervention does Minister contemplate in this passage? I know, I mean, that's not what happened on the day, but...
Well, it was going to depend on what was the response going to be from the point of view of the officials, in this instance, the provincial commissioner. Now that it turned out to be the way it did, as I say, after probing her, wanting to clarify myself and knowing that indeed they are doing something on that, I then took her word on that.
Now, what information was given to you by these two gentlemen who called you on the 12th in the evening? What did they tell you exactly?
Well, they were saying that they are concerned about what is happening in the area, and particularly the Deputy President now, Mr. Ramaphosa, saying that he doesn't think that what is happening is pure industrial action in the true sense of the word. It has criminality on it. Which thing, and violence, which thing when the provincial commissioner spoke to me, I tended to understand where he was coming from, because industrial action, as you would understand it, is that the Constitution and the Gatherings Act allow people to picket, to march, to demonstrate, and do all sorts of things unarmed. Now, if there is an action, a protest action or industrial action, and lives of people are lost, that's criminal. So I understood where they were coming from. That's all I want to say on that.
Yes. And at the foot...
Minister, were you actually advised of the number of people that had been killed, and the circumstances in which they'd been killed, and what damage there were to property? Were you actually told of the details?
Well, the two gentlemen said there are people who are, they had not confirmed, but they had said that there are people who have been killed on that day and or injured, but they still were to confirm. The main thing is that they were emphasizing the gravity of the situation in that area. Thank you.
I'm leaving it. Now, Minister, if you may please, we're still on the same page 25, on the 13th now of August. 85.2.1, you sent an SMS to the Provincial Commissioner, and subsequent that to about 2 hours later, you then call the Provincial Commissioner. What are the circumstances surrounding that phone call? 1836-10 on the 13th. That you will find, Minister, on page 25, paragraph 85.2.2. The phone call that took place 1836-10 to the Provincial Commissioner.
So what's the question?
What were the circumstances surrounding? Why did you call, and what was discussed here?
Well, it was one matter. It was one matter, the situation, whether the situation is improving, also checking that if there is further deployment that has happened, and so on. It was mainly to keep track of what was happening on the ground, whether there is change or whether there is anything which need to be done.
Were you informed of the killings that occurred on the 13th during this phone call?
I was informed because, yes, I was informed of people who were killed and people who were injured.
Were you informed of the action that SAPS had embarked upon to deal with that situation?
Firstly, even before reaction, I was told what police did to try and avert any fatality or any injuries on that. But also, yes, I was told that even with the issue of deployment and having members on the ground, that is being attended to. But despite that, these things happened. And the circumstances under which they did was explained to me.
Yes. When you say the circumstances were explained, are you now referring to the circumstances surrounding the decease of the police officers and the other people who died on that day?
Yes.
And you tried to get hold of the National Commissioner, it seems, but was not successful. Paragraphs 85.2.3 and 85.2.4, page 26.
Yes.
Now, on the 14th of August, 85.3, it looks like you had a phone call, a telephonic conversation with the National Commissioner at 19:52:50, that's 85.3.3, which lasted for 159 seconds. Do you confirm that, Minister?
Yes, I do.
What was discussed during this phone call?
Mainly to ascertain what I've been informed by the provincial commissioner is indeed the case or not. And wanting to know what then, from the side of National Commissioner, she thinks need to happen in the situation. It was mainly confirming, because you would realize that I spent time talking to the provincial commissioner on the situation, who was on the ground, as I understand.
You say at this paragraph, 85.3.3, that she provided an update by informing me that another loanman employee was killed. Do you remember that? Do you confirm that, rather?
Yes.
And she had assured you that SAPS was dealing with the matter?
Yes.
Did you at any point suggest how she should go about discharging her mandate?
No, you can't do that as the minister, as I said. But you would probe, you would want to know answers and want to satisfy yourself that something is being done in what has been raised as a problem. But how you do it, no.
On the next page, you deal with the matters of the 15th of August 2012. And there, apart from the SMSs that were sent and so on, it appears to be the case that you had a 175 seconds long conversation with the provincial commissioner at 10:07. Do you confirm that, Minister? 10:07 in the morning, 85.4.4.
Chair, oh yes, yeah. Yeah, no, I do. I was not seeing the 15th, it's on the other page, the date. Yeah, yeah, I confirm.
Now, this was in the morning.
Yes.
And this call, you say that you sought to be briefed before you commenced with your duties of the day.
Yes.
And you were informed that the situation was still the same.
Yes, was still the same, but I also noted that what has been reported earlier on in other days of people being killed in numbers had slightly changed here.
Now, this phone call happens in the morning of the 15th, as it were. So there was no communication between you and the provincial commissioner, and also between you and the national commissioner on the other hand, until the next day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the next day being the 16th, now the day of the tragedy, 85.5. After the tragedy, at 16:48, 85.5.2, at the foot of the page, you sought status report by way of sending an SMS, am I right?
Yes.
What prompted that? This is 16:48 after the tragedy, Minister.
I was hearing in the media that a tragedy had taken place, but I didn't know what exactly has happened.
Where were you at this stage? Do you remember?
On the 16th, I was in Limpopo. I was driving from Gauteng to Limpopo.
See. Now, it appears to be the case that you made several two more attempts, and at 5 p.m. you received a telephone call from the National Commissioner. Is that correct?
Yes.
5.5.5.
Yes.
What was discussed there, please, Minister?
It wasn't a long discussion. She was also trying to ascertain exactly how many people have been killed. She did confirm that indeed there are people who had died in the hands of the police.
And two other phone calls happened at 9:10, 21.11.14 and 21.13.32 at paragraph 85.5.9. Now, was this where you were given, not full details, but at that stage? Okay, let me ask the question. What did you discuss during this time, 85.5.9?
It was that coming back, as she had said earlier on. So she came back and explained that what she has been told happened there, that in the main, police were trying to disarm and disperse protesters or people who were on strike, and then there was a shooting, and police shot a lot of people. Some people or a person in the amongst the protesters was carrying firearm or were carrying firearms, but at that stage it was something which was not clear. But what she sought to do was to make a point that indeed people were killed, though initially it was 20, 28, it wasn't clear at the time. But what was clear is that police have shot people and there are people who have died in the hands of police.
In other words, she confirmed the media reports that you had received at that stage. Excuse me, Chairperson?
Oh, and I want to ask about that too. Where were you when you had this conversation with the National Commissioner, when she told you what you've just told us?
I was in Limpopo.
You were in Limpopo. Were you still traveling, or had you arrived at your destination?
No, I had arrived.
So you hadn't?
I had arrived. I was in Limpopo already.
I see. So did you have access to a television set, for example? Did you see the television? Had you seen the television footage which was broadcast at that stage, showing some of the events that occurred?
Yes, I did. After I had finished my meeting, when I came in Limpopo, I did see the footages, and actually, even there, it wasn't clear exactly how many people. There was a confusion. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
And when you were traveling, I think you said when you were traveling, you sent an SMS, this is at 16:48. Were you listening to the radio? Were you traveling by motor car?
Yes, I was.
Were you listening to the radio?
I was driving. I heard over the radio.
So there were radio reports already?
There were reports already, yes.
So you knew that there'd been a shooting?
I knew that.
The details obviously weren't clear at that stage.
Yes.
And that prompted you, I take it, to send the SMS and later to contact the National Commission?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Minister, what happened then after you received this briefing, or rather this fuller briefing that occurred at about 9 p.m. when you had arrived in Limpopo? I mean, from your side.
Yes.
In relation to this incident?
Well, as we were speaking, the National Commissioner undertook to be going there to the area to have first-hand information, of which she did. She informed me about that, and then I also followed her the following day to Marikana.
Yes. From Limpopo straight to Rustenburg?
Yes, I had to make arrangements other than driving.
What arrangements did you make?
Well, I called for the police jet to go to the area because I thought it's necessary that I am there and try to minimize time as much as possible.
You wanted to be there as soon as you possibly could?
Yes.
See. Now, Minister, may I now direct your attention, please, to a document, Exhibit EE, and that document, Minister, will find behind tab 11 of the file that is before you. Chairman, may I direct your attention to EE, please? Now, this minute, Minister, for context, is a minute of a special JOCOM meeting of 16 August 2012 at 13:30, and that information appears on page 1 of this document. Paragraph 2 tells you about the people who were in attendance. It's common cause, Minister, that you were not in attendance at the meeting. Do you confirm that you were not in attendance?
Yes, I do.
Now, please turn to page 3. Of this minute. Perhaps for context, it was at this meeting that a decision to execute the so-called stage 3 of the operational plan was taken.
Controversial question. I think you should put it differently. According to the minutes, all that happened was the provincial commissioner, who had actually been at a meeting the night before of the National Management Forum, but she informed the meeting at 1:30 on the Thursday afternoon that she instructed Major General Annandale to proceed with the implementation of Stage 3 of the operational plan, as the minute says. It's a controversial question, which to some extent has been resolved already by evidence we've had, as to whether the decision was taken then. We were told by your learned friend, Mr. Semenya, that the police case now is evidence to the contrary notwithstanding, that the decision to implement the plan, if the weapons weren't laid down voluntarily, was taken on the Wednesday night. So, but anyway, it's not relevant for the witness. All that the witness need know is that the Provincial Commissioner told General Annandale, as the minute says, that he must proceed with the implementation of stage 3 of the operational plan. And this then fits in, of course, with the point you're coming to, which is what she said further in the second paragraph under closing remarks on page 3, which I take it what you're going to put to the witness.
Indeed. Minister, against that background of the instruction to General Annandale to execute stage 3 of the plan, then the minute records as follows. The provincial commissioner indicated that she had already communicated with the national commissioner, informing her of the current situation and that a deadlock was reached with negotiations, and also that phase 3 of the operational plan will be executed. She also indicated that she also indicated that the national commissioner indicated that she will inform the Minister of Police on the current situation and actions to be taken. Does the minister see that? Now, my question to you is, were you informed by the national commissioner? National. By the national commissioner of the decision to implement stage 3 of the operational plan? Were you at any stage whatsoever informed of such a decision?
No.
Is that the sort of decision, sort of detail that would be reported to you in the ordinary course of your execution of your duties as Minister of Police at the time?
Well, not really, because you see, you are talking about phase
3?
3.
Stage 3?
Stage 3, yeah. That's very operational to me. I don't even think that even if the National Commissioner got hold of me, she was going to be giving me those details. Maybe she would have said that we are continuing with the process of ensuring that there is peace there, or what disarming, or what dispersing. But no, there was no interaction on that.
Would you have understood, Minister, if the National Commissioner had called you and said, now we are executing stage 3 of the plan? Would you have understood what that meant?
No. As I say, that is not my province. It can't be my province that now the police are on the ground, they have to implement this, or they have to use this equipment they have, and so, no, that's not my area.
Excuse me. I shouldn't do it. F. National Commissioner statement. Excuse me.
Your counsel is taking instruction, discussing the matter with one of her colleagues. Perhaps I can ask you this. This, of course, was not a routine situation. It was quite a serious business, wasn't it? There were 3,000 people, protesters, as they are called, wrongly called. They were strikers involved in, on your information, an illegal gathering. Many of them armed with dangerous weapons. As we've heard, people had been murdered. Property had been damaged, other people had been injured. It was on the media, on the television screens every night. There was an enormous amount of public interest and concern in the matter, isn't that so?
Yes, it was.
So you, in fact, yourself had telephoned the provincial commissioner early in the morning, I think, of the previous day, to ask if there's any extra you should know, just for an update on the situation.
Yes.
Now, once the police decide they're going to disarm these strikers against their will, in other words, they're going to, if necessary, use some kind of force to disarm them. That was potentially a situation which could have had serious consequences, risks involved and so on. There would surely be nothing wrong for the National Commissioner just to inform you, as a courtesy almost, to keep you up to date, because you'd want it to be kept up to date, that this was going to happen. Isn't that so?
It's correct.
Yeah. So what you tell us is she didn't do that, and your phone records appear to support you on that. But so it's a hypothetical question, really.
Yes.
But the fact is, there wouldn't have been anything unusual at all. In fact, this was a very unusual situation. And frankly, if I'd been the Minister of Police, I would have expected the National Commissioner to have kept me informed if they decide to go over to the so-called tactical option, which means disarming these people against their will. So there would have been nothing improper or inappropriate for her to have informed you, isn't that so?
Nothing. What the point I was making is that when you start talking stage 1, stage 3, and all those detailed operational matters, I don't think I would feature that. But I also don't see anything wrong if the National Commissioner would have found me and told me that we are moving to disarm strikers or people who are on strike. I don't see anything wrong there. But the reality of the situation is that when you start getting into operational terms and operational details, this is where I say I don't think that that's my area.
No, I can understand that. But phase 3 of the operational plan is translated into English, means we're going over to the tactical option. That is to say, we are going to go over to disarm the strikers against their will. We've asked them to lay down their arms voluntarily. They haven't done so. We've now got to go further, and we've got to disarm them against their will. Now that, in plain English, is something that you would have understood. The phrase phase 3, the operational plan, was something you obviously wouldn't have understood. But if it had been put to you in plain English as I have put it, you would have understood immediately, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And as you very fairly concede, that's something that was quite appropriate for the National Commissioner to tell you about.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Your attention to J 192, and that is to be found tab 10 of the file. It's before the bundle that's before you. Please turn to page 9 of that document. For context, Minister, this is a recording of a conversation that took place between the provincial commissioner and certain employees of Lonmin whose names are mentioned in the transcript. So I'd like to direct your attention to the foot of page 9.
In fairness, sorry to interrupt you. In fairness, it would be fair, I think, if you told the Minister, just in case he doesn't know, that this was a conversation which took place apparently on the Tuesday afternoon, the afternoon of the 12th. Sorry, the afternoon of the 14th. Tuesday afternoon, on the afternoon of the 14th, of course, Tuesday afternoon. So it was 2 days, effectively, before the tragedy occurred.
Yes.
And yes, and two days after your first conversation, your conversation with the provincial commissioner, after speaking to the deputy president and the Minister of Arts and Culture currently and formally, we know their positions at the time.
So the heading on the screen that it was in the morning is apparently incorrect. It was the afternoon.
Thanks, Chair. Now, at the foot of the page, Minister, the sub-commissioner states as follows. But when I was speaking to Minister Mthethwa, it's a typographical error that's meant
Is that page 9?
At the foot of page 9, Minister. Page 9 of the transcript. Line 29. The transcript will, you will find
Sorry.
that
This
you don't
is,
have it.
this is the where the triple J192.
That's right.
Yes, and I'm on page 9. So where are you?
At the foot of page 9.
Yes. On the foot of page 9, there is Mr. Mokoena and subs commissioner.
Yeah.
It's the passage.
Yes.
Mr. Mokoena says yes.
Yes,
And the SAPS
yes.
commissioner, that's General
Yes.
Mbombo, says, but when I was speaking to Minister, it should be Mthethwa, he mentioned a name to me that he's also calling him, that is pressurizing him. Unfortunately, it is a politically high, and Mr. Mokoena says it is Cyril, and she then continues, Cyril Ramaphosa, yes.
I can see it now.
Remember now, when I was talking to the National Commissioner last night, this on the Monday night it would have been, she says to me, look, General, who are the shareholders here? So I said, I do not know the shareholders, but I know that when I spoke to the minister, he mentioned Cyril. And then she says, now I got it. You know why she says she got it? Remember, Cyril was in the appeal committee of Malema, remember? Mokoena, yes. Commissioner, and he was very strong in terms of the decision that was made, and then they go on to discuss that further. But the key point I think that your counsel is putting to is, what do you say about her allegation at the foot of page 9 onto the top of page 10 that this person who was politically high, who was apparently Mr. Ramaphosa, was pressurizing you?
Thanks, Chair.
Firstly, I'm trying to understand politically high, and
He was, I think, on the National Executive Committee of the ANC. So that would be politically high, I would have thought.
oh,
Some people may not agree, but I would have thought.
no, no, thanks, Chair. I have alluded to a call by Mr. Ramaphosa that he raised concerns the same way Mr. Zokwana did. So they were raising concern with the Minister of Police at the time.
Yes.
And I took it that way. Now, I'm not sure. I've never came to that situation where somebody would put pressure on me, on my job. So they were raising concern. I took it that way.
Points really aren't there. The first is, did you regard Mr. Ramaphosa as endeavoring to pressurize you, to put pressure on you?
Honestly, I don't regard anybody who would put pressure on me.
Okay. All right, that's the first point. Second point is, did you use that word when you spoke to the provincial commissioner? Remember, she says, when I was speaking to Minister Mthethwa, he mentioned a name to me, but he's also calling him, that is pressurizing him. Now, did you use that word in your conversation with the provincial commissioner?
Well, I wouldn't know where pressure would come from. But as I say, my interpretation and listening to the two gentlemen talking to me, they were talking as people who were concerned, Chair, about what was happening. And what I said to the provincial commissioner is that I've been talking to Mr. Ramaphosa and Mr. Zokwana on the phone. And they raise these things which I said, that as far as they are concerned, they think that police are not adequate on the ground.
Thanks, Minister. Now that takes us to... That takes us back to your statement now, concluding this undue pressure topic. Paragraph 87, you state there that at no stage did you exert undue influence upon any member of the operational team. The call data attached to the statement does not bear those allegations out. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And you then mention paragraph 89, that you receive reports of this nature from time to time, i.e. reports of the sort that you received from the current Deputy President and the Minister of Agriculture. And as a matter of course, you relay that to the National Commissioner and her team for appropriate intervention if necessary.
Yes.
You confirm that.
Yes.
And then say Marikana was no different.
Yes.
And you then emphasize or restate the crux of what passed between you and National Commissioner on the one, operational team on the one hand, and the other people on the other hand during your telephone conversations. I don't want you to go there again because you've already testified about that. I'm just wrapping up this section. But you do confirm.
Yes.
And you then conclude with a denial, therefore, based on the facts that you've stated to this commission of any allegation of undue influence.
Yes.
Thanks, Minister. Now, that, Chairman, takes us to the next topic. I'm not sure at what stage Chairperson would like to take.
I was proposing to take it at 1:45, but if it's more convenient for you that I should take it now, we'll do so. You want me to take the tea break now?
Please, Chair,
All
just
right.
so that...
Well, we'll come back, I hope, at 12 o'clock.
Thanks, Chair.
in cash in transit heists. A lot of life and limb was lost during that period because these were people who were driven by greed and pure criminality to rob banks and cars carrying a cash. Now, it was a situation where there was pressure on police and people suggesting that police are unable to deal with this thing, which was affecting everybody because of the level of violence and the kind of violence which was demonstrated through this cash in transit heist. And at the same time, ordinary citizens, police were being killed. At some point, because it was a new task, we were tempted to think of following what the trend was, that let's bring in the army so that it does away with this thing, because police have failed. Now, on second thought, I said, no, that won't happen. Police must deal with this thing, and they must deal with it head on, because it was creating such a situation of anarchy in our country. And I said to police that they must ensure that they meet these criminals head on. They would have to fight them on the language they understand. They have to fight fire, because we are talking about highly trained people here who are using sophisticated weaponry. So that was the context. I would say it's history now, because nobody is talking about that, nobody's panicking about that now, and so on. It's like it never existed. But it was confronting us, and we had to respond. We had to motivate members of SAPS to deal with this thing. And it was in that context that we were raising this thing of fighting fire with fire, because there was heavy fire in the hands of the criminals.
What did you mean, fighting fire with fire? Can you please explain what you meant by that to the Commission?
It meant that when there is no opportunity to apprehend the scoundrels on the ground at the time, police should not subject South Africa to fear and pain. They must cut that. Because they were using weapons, these people. Police are armed as well, so they had to confront them. This is what we meant.
Now, Chair, may I direct now your attention, please, to Exhibit FFF17. It's not in that bundle, but Minister, you have it in the second bundle, the cross-examination bundle. And may we request that it be put up on screen? FFF17. That would be the submission by Kesak, dated August 2012. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Now, page 22, please. Oh. Do you have it, Minister?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, you're happy to work from the screen. Paragraph 19. B. They quote you, and I'll just read it for convenience. 5 days later, speaking to VET students on the on the sidelines of a meeting of the newly formed, the minister said, the quoting you now, police must return fire with fire, full stop. We will use maximum force based on the law itself. Those who want to break the law, such as cash in transit heists and bank robberies, must think again. They should know that we will not waver in continuing to let them feel the heat, and that we squeeze them with maximum force. Can you see that, Minister?
Yes, sir.
When you said police will return fire, must return fire with fire based on the law, what did you mean by that?
Well, we meant what we were saying in that would emphasize police working within the law. Because in terms of Section 49, it clarifies, and we sought to clarify even from the beginning when we're given this responsibility, it clarifies when to use deadly force and under what circumstances. So the point we're making here is that whatever is being done has to be done within the confines of the law.
Now, same page of the same exhibit, at paragraph 20, the last line there, it says the point is that there is no need to be heavy-handed with people who are not harming people. Please talk to that, Minister.
Well, it relates to how police and what we've been preaching throughout our term of office. And what we've been preaching is that for police to succeed in any democracy, one of the fundamental pillars they need to lean on is strengthening the partnership with the public. And therefore, approaching criminals armed to teeth, ready to kill at any slightest provocation or no provocation, and policing ordinary citizens are two different things. And the point we are making here is that there is no need for police to be heavy-handed when they are dealing with ordinary people. People may be in their residential areas or elsewhere, but there is a distinct group we talk about when we talk about police having to defend themselves, because the import of this fire with fire, it's mainly defending because there's fire out there. But with general populace, what we've been doing during our term of office was to go to communities almost in all provinces, interacting with ordinary people, getting feedback on how they are policed by police, going to areas not because there's trouble or something has happened, but just to interact and exchange views with members of the public. So this is what is meant, because we've emphasized the point that ours is a caring government. So therefore, there is no need then to display something contrary to that as members of South African Police Service.
Minister, in the section dealing with this political rhetoric, so-called, you refer to the Batupili principles. Were those applicable within the police service?
Well, in fact, the entire government's approach is that is one very important direction, which distinguishes us as a democracy from where we come. That whatever police do, in fact, emphasizing the point I've just made, is that they must think of people first. So in other words, how they approach and how they deal with people should be humane as government, so that we know that ours is a privilege of serving these people. And there is no need to be seen to be fighting with people. And by the way, in our country today, we've had a lot of protests. We've had a lot of gatherings and so on. And those gatherings, most of them have been peaceful, precisely because we preach this gospel every time. And this is what we are about as a democracy.
Now, Minister, in conclusion, now just concluding your testimony, your evidence in chief, really, is there anything that you wish to add to what you have told this commission this morning?
Well, thanks, Chair. I would want to acknowledge really what happened in Marikana and say that whatever happened was not supposed to happen under democracy. Something terribly wrong took place there. Where exactly that happened, I'm sure this Honorable Commission is seized with that, and at the end will get whatever happened. But this is a matter of national and international proportion. And that is why government, through the President in particular, decided to appoint this commission to finalize its job within 4 months, so that we are able to learn whatever lessons needed to be learned as a society and move forward. And on that one, I think, as we also expressed in the aftermath of this tragedy, because it was indeed a tragedy, visiting democracy, our own democracy in the country. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just a second, please, to confer with my colleagues before we conclude. That's the examination in chief, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkosi Thomas. Mr. Bezos. Allocated 3/4 of an hour, which will take us to 1 o'clock, and you'll have a short little period after lunch to round up with what you believe.
Minister, please turn to paragraph 100 in your supplementary statement. Yes, it's exhibit 4×C1.
Yes.
Paragraph 100. You got it?
Yes, I do.
Right. It is significant to clarify and provide context to the circumstances under which the statements maximum force and fighting fire with fire are articulated. Then we go on to paragraph 101. I made the following statement, quote, "We don't believe that when you are faced with criminals armed with sophisticated weaponry, the police's task would be to take out some human rights charter." I want to stop there. What did you mean by that, Commissioner? I beg your pardon, Minister. What did you mean by that?
I meant what is said here from a point of police facing criminals who are wielding weapons, that there is no time to take out and read the rights charter to those criminals because they won't even hear you.
Why did you use the expression in this context with the Constitution or a constitutional charter? Why did you use that expression?
Well, I use the expression because the question had been about whether this statement is not violating the human rights of those scoundrels.
I see. So you think that the Constitution actually, to use the expression often used by those that want to discredit the Constitution, is that the Constitution protects criminals more than ordinary people. Is that what you meant?
I don't mean that. I think it's your interpretation. What I meant was responding to a specific question, not about the Constitution, about somebody asking me a question, whether those people do not have human rights or they are not subjected, they are not supposed to be subjected to human rights.
I want to know from you, Minister, whether you believe that the Constitution is an impediment to proper policing.
Maybe I would need clarity. Where would that come from?
No, I am asking you the question.
No,
And I'm looking for an answer from you.
No. I've never said the Constitution is an impediment in the fight against crime.
Right. Taken together with paragraph 104 over the page, the last sentence, as long as section 49 is there, these criminals will have a field day. You said that?
Yes, I did.
What is your objection to section 49?
It was a discussion on the amendment of the section.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
But what is it?
Yes.
Is it a portion of the amendment that you are objecting to?
I was objecting to not to amend. I was objecting, pushing for amendment of section 49 in line with the judgment of the Constitutional Court and Walters.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you had any legal training, Minister?
Legal training?
You're an attorney?
No.
No. Any legal training?
No.
No. You seem to know the judgment in relation to section 49, do you?
Yes, because the legal team in the department had to brief me about it.
Yes. You know that the Constitutional Court unanimously held, together with Justice Krichler, that it was not unconstitutional because it had to be interpreted in the manner in which the 11 judges set out. Did you know that?
I was informed, yes.
You were informed. And the judge actually suggested that the legislature may find it convenient for the guidance of the police if what the court had said was incorporated into an amendment to Section 49. Were you informed of that?
That it should be amended.
Yes.
Yes.
If the police chose to and they wanted clarity, they should read the judgment and they should amend Section 49 accordingly. You knew that.
Yes.
Now, you say, as long as Section 49 is there, these criminals will have a field day. You meant that what the Constitutional Court unanimously decided and what the legislature decided to amend, so it was something that you wanted to get rid of.
No, that's not the interpretation.
Well, what did you mean, if
Well,
not that?
That in the form it was, creating ambiguity and uncertainty to people now who have to implement the act itself, without saying that doing away, because changing or not changing the act, that's the preserve of the legislatures.
You know, Minister, I don't want to repeat the questions unnecessarily. What objection did you have to the amendment of the Act? We have it on the computer here. It says that you can use proportional force. Proportional force. You remember that? Did you want to get rid of that amendment?
No.
What did you want to go away in relation to Section 49?
With Section 49, as I'm repeating even now, we wanted to ensure that whatever we do, there's no ambiguity. It becomes clear. In other words, simplify it as much as possible so that those who are implementing the act understand exactly what is expected of them. That's not opposition.
That's not what you say. What you say, as long as Section 49 is there, these criminals will have a field day. That, put in other words, is get rid of Section of Section 49 amendment. Isn't that what it means?
Well, it may be captured that way, but if you check the records throughout, we were talking about clarifying.
I am asking you what you meant, sir. Please answer the question. What did you mean other than what I am putting to you?
I've said what I meant.
I beg your pardon?
I have said what I meant.
What did you mean?
I said that Section 49, as it stood, needed to be clarified and simplified so that whatever ambiguity is there is taken away of that. I understand what you are saying about how it is captured here, but throughout the process of amending Section 49, this is the point we have always made.
Words mean what they say, Minister, and I will leave it at that. But put to you this, that you are trying to explain away the contents of your statement in paragraph 100. I'm sorry, 101. And you say, this is what I intended. What I want to put to you, Minister, that you were not alone of that view. You have had an opportunity, I'm sure that your legal representatives, because we gave notice of the fact that we are going to use it, you have regard to the contents of FFF 17, have you?
Excuse me. Triple F. That should be tab what?
FFF 17.
It's not in the, it's in the bundle of documents, which, it's on the screen now. It's in the bundle of documents which were presented to the Commission for use in your cross-examination. In other words, it's not among the documents used in your examination in chief. It's one of the documents to be used by the LRC in cross-examining you. And there, now it's on the screen. It's the submission by the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution.
Chairperson, the Minister has it under tab 14 of his cross-examination bundle. Minister, if you could please turn to... Thank you.
Looks to me as if you've got your cross-examination bundle there. I'm not sure you've got the right tab. Is that tab 14 that you're looking at?
Yes, it's FFF 14, is it? Or 17? This one, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the screen, you'll see
the same
the
one.
document you're being referred to.
Yes.
That's the correct one. Thanks.
Have you got it?
Yes.
Now, what I am going to put to you is that you were not alone in the statement that you made in paragraph 101. You were part of a chorus of people, and I will name them, set out in this exhibit by a statement by Safety and Security Deputy Minister Susan Shambagu, yourself, sorry, Mr. Chairman, on a number of occasions, Mr. Seller, when he was commissioner for a certain period, President Zuma, and you over and over again. And this chorus is to this effect, that the Constitution and the legislation protects criminals, and we cannot control crime as police force unless we ignore the constitutional safeguards. That's what this means. So that we don't have to confine ourselves to what you said, and you say that it's wrongly understood. Reading the two documents together, we will submit is ample evidence that you and your colleagues involved in the police resented the fact that there was protection by the Constitution and by the legislation and the standing orders in relation to people committing crimes, irrespective of what they may be, including...
Yes, Mr. Nkosi Thomas?
Well, Chair, it's me rather. One, the question is too long, but I want to take exception and objection that there was any pronouncement by members of government that the Constitution must be ignored. That proposition is not
Yes, Mr.
correct.
Bezos, you made a statement without citing the authority or quoting the person whose remarks, or persons whose remarks you were summarizing.
Yes.
And what Mr. Semenya says is that you're not correct in suggesting that any member of the government said there's something wrong with the Constitution. So perhaps, if you want a meaningful answer from the witness, you should put to him the precise wording upon which you rely.
Yes.
Because I must confess, my impression is the same as Mr. Semenya's. There were provisions, and still are, in the Police Act, which provide the police must use minimum force.
Yes.
There are provisions also in the standing orders which say the same. While this witness was minister, he never did anything to cause the standing orders to be changed in that regard. So, but I know there are certain statements which you have in mind which are quoted in some of the documents before us. Perhaps it would be helpful if you put them directly to the witness so we can get his response.
Yes. What I'm putting to you is that these statements, your statement and the statements of the other persons, show that the Constitution, provisions in the Constitution, and provisions in the standing orders, and provisions in the enactments, like Section 49, were a hindrance to police carrying out their duties properly.
The point Mr. Semenya makes is you want to put a statement like that to the witness for his comment, you should quote the exact words relied on. It's no good saying there are statements to the effect the Constitution is an impediment.
Well,
Mr. Semenya says he doesn't know of any. Well, he may be wrong on that. But if there are statements that say that, then you must put them to the witness in fairness to him,
Chairman,
so he has an opportunity to deal with them.
The statements that I am relying on, I am prepared to read out, but I will apply for an extension of the time period that I have to read them out in order to satisfy the objection made by Mr. Semenya.
This is an important point, Mr. Bezos. I understand that, and I'll give you an extension for that purpose.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the exhibit, F 14, I beg your pardon, F 17, just hold on. Okay. On page 13, under the heading Statements, Actions Subsequent to 12 November 2009. Sorry. I started to begin. Yes. Sorry. Yes. I had the pages mixed up. On page 11, statements and actions during the period 2008 to 12th of November 2009.
You say page 11. We're being shown page 13 at the moment. You want a passage earlier in the
11,
document.
yes.
11 is now coming up. Which
Yes,
paragraph number? It's paragraph 7 and following, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll read what the exhibit says. It is submitted that the following statements and or actions during the period April 2008 to 12 November 2009 may be taken as evidence that the responsible officials of government had a deliberate policy that involves encouraging greater use of force by members of the South African Police Service. 8. The statement by the then Deputy Minister Safety and Security, Suzanne Shembangu, on the 9th of April 2008 to the effect, you must kill the bastards, in brackets, criminals, if they threaten you or the community. You must not worry about the regulations. I want no warning shots. You have one shot, and that must be a kill shot. I want assurance. The police station commissioners and policemen and women from these areas that they have permission to kill these criminals. I will not tolerate any pathetic excuses for you not being able to deal with crime. You have been given guns. Now use them. If criminals dare to threaten the police or the livelihood or lives of innocent men, women, and children, then they must be killed. Did you know about the statement? Do you associate yourself with it?
Before you answer that question, can I ask you this? When were you appointed Minister of Safety and Security? I think you were first, the department was then called Safety and Security. It was then went back to its old name of Police later. But when were you appointed the minister in that department?
September 2008.
September 2008.
Yes.
So you were not the minister at the time when the then deputy made the statement that's been quoted here.
Yes.
That's correct. Who was your predecessor?
Minister Ngakula.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, did you ever dissociate yourself from your predecessors?
She wasn't his predecessor. She was the deputy to his predecessor.
Yes. Did you ever dissociate yourself from the state?
Well, there was a minister at the time. I don't think that that was my area to associate or to dissociate myself.
The next paragraph of this exhibit says the Deputy Minister Shabangu's words were not repudiated by the leadership of the African National Congress and the South African government. Mr. Zuma became President of South Africa in May 2009 and appears to have represented a broad agreement reinforced as follows. The fact that on 11th of April 2008, 2 days after Mr. Shabangu made the above statement, Mr. Zuma, who was then the president of the ANC, said, quote, if you have a deputy minister saying this kind of things that the deputy minister was saying, this is what we need to happen. What the deputy minister...
I think in fairness you should read the next sentence, Mr. Peter.
Yes. What the deputy minister was saying is what we are to be doing is dealing with the criminals rather than talking about it. Now, do you subscribe to that view? This is what the president said. Would you agree with the president and with Ms. Shabangu?
Am I supposed to be answering for statements I never made?
No.
I need clarity.
Sir, you have made a similar statement. You wanted to put an interpretation on it which we do not accept. In order to support our submission that this is a trend, this is what your colleagues have said. Do you associate yourselves, have you associated yourself with the statements that they have made or not? Or do you associate or do you repudiate their statements now? What is your view as a previous...
It's quite a tangled, complicated question, Mr. Peter. It's about 3 or 4 questions wrapped up in one. I think you put them separately. So at the time, as we've heard, he wasn't the minister in charge of that department.
Yes.
And Deputy Minister Shabangu was not his deputy.
Yes.
And the other point is that Mr. Zuma was then held no public office and was the president of the ANC, but not of the country. But I take it the real question is, when he became the minister of Safety and Security, in the latter part of 2008, did he at any stage associate himself with what had been said earlier? That's really the question you're asking him. Am I correct? Well, that's the first part of your question. There were 4 questions, I think. But at the time Minister Shabangu made these remarks, Deputy Minister Shabangu made these remarks at the time, he wasn't the minister in charge of that department. So his point is he couldn't really be called upon to deal with a matter relating to another department and one of his colleagues' deputies. Equally, Mr. Zuma was not holding public office at the time. He was just a politician, president of a political party. When he became, so your real question, surely, I take it, must be, when you became Minister of Safety and Security, and thereafter, same department, differently named police, did you at any stage associate yourself with or disassociate yourself from these remarks? Is that the question?
Yes.
Right. Well, let's get the witness's answer.
Yes. What is your answer? You've heard the question.
Well, firstly, I saw this statement, some of them here in this package.
Yes.
So
Do you agree with them or disagree?
Did I agree with them?
Do you agree?
No, Mr. Pizos, you're interrupting. The point he's making is that some of these statements he saw for the first time in the package, so he couldn't have dissociated himself from them.
Yeah.
But so the real question is, which of them did you know about? And then you can ask the following,
Yes.
the question that follows.
Chairperson, no, I think we're going too far now.
Mr. Mpofu, this is not, you're not crossing.
No, Chairperson, well, you allowed Mr. Semenya, he was not cross-examining either. Can I intervene? I have an interest in this matter. The question that is being asked is whether the witness associates now, not whether he associates then. So let's not change the question, please, just to suit the witness.
If you listen carefully to what I said, you will realize that your objection is unfounded. I put to Mr. Bezos, he'd asked about 4 questions wrapped up in one. The first lot related to his conduct at the time, whether he dissociated himself, etc. There were later questions about what his position is at the moment. I wasn't stopping him from asking those, but my approach to these matters is that to be fair to a witness, you shouldn't ask a witness 4 questions bundled up as one. Yes. You must ask the questions separately, and the witness will answer them separately. And Mr. Bezos accepted that suggestion. So you're right of order, I disallow you.
No,
Let's carry on, Mr.
Chairperson, no,
Mr.
no,
Bezos,
I'm going to
Mr.
speak.
Bezos,
I'm going to speak. Be assured by that. I'm saying I accept what you're saying, Chairperson, and in fact, it's part of the dangers of asking too many questions. But one of those dangers is that then the question sometimes gets changed. And I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's your fault, Chairperson, but I'm saying that the question that was being asked is not whether the witness disassociated himself then. It's whether he disassociates with the statements now.
Yeah. He asked 2 questions. He asked 2 questions, or more than 2 questions. He's a very experienced senior counsel, cross-examiner, many years' experience. I'm sure I can rely on him when he says he will ask the question.
No, it's you who made the mistake, not him, Chairperson. I'm just saying that the question must not change to whether he dissociated then. It's you, not Mr. Bezos.
I don't want to waste further time on nonsense. The fact is, the question
well, Chairperson, I take great exception to that kind of language.
Take great exception, we'll carry on.
Well,
Mr. Bezos's question is on record.
Chairperson, no. Are you saying the question, I must allow the question to be changed and not answered on the basis that I'll ask it when I'm cross-examining?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is something different. Saying Mr. Bezos asked about 4 questions in one. I put one of them related to the conduct of the witness in the past, relating to disassociation.
Yes.
The latter part of the bundle related to his present stance.
Correct.
When I said to him, you must put the questions separately, he agreed. And he said he was going to do that. So I'm quite sure that Mr. Bezos, when he's got the answer to the first questions in his bundle, will ask the questions at the latter end of the bundle. So there's no problem at all.
I want
Mr.
to
Bezos,
assure
please
my
proceed.
learned friend that I will ask did he agree then, and I'm going then to ask him, does he agree now what he said? And then I have another third question depending on his answers.
Well, let's ask those questions separately, or you ask the question separately. Let's get the witness's answer and not waste further time on answers. Carry on.
You were part of the government. What portfolio did you have? When
I was the Minister of Safety and Security first, and then Minister of Police.
Minister of?
Minister of Safety and Security first, then Minister of Police.
I don't think you're understanding the point. When these statements were made, you weren't yet Minister of Safety and Security. What were you Minister of before you were appointed to the position of Minister of Safety and Security?
I was not a minister.
You were not a minister. Were you a member of parliament?
Yes?
You were interested in this matter because you had already made a statement at a committee meeting in parliament. So you were not ignorant of the debate that was going on as to whether...
No. Mr. Bezos, the statement made at the Select Committee of Parliament is referred to in paragraph 101 of his supplementary statement. That was made on the 12th of November 2008, after he had become the Minister of Safety and Security. That's my understanding. Am I right? Am I right, Minister?
Yes, correct, Chair. Correct.
Yes. Could I leave this out for a moment because of... But please look at paragraph 13 of the exhibit.
Page? What page?
It says, on a similar theme...
Sorry, what page?
I'm sorry.
Page 12 of the exhibit.
Page 12, paragraph 13.
Okay.
On a similar theme, Mr. Mthethwa told the Sunday Independent newspaper interview that the police needed to be more aggressive in defending themselves. We don't want some hesitation from the police, as 117 policemen died last year because they hesitated to defend themselves as they feared the media and some human rights practitioners. Mr. Mthethwa also said that we are at war with criminals. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Does that mean that you found yourself in substantial agreement with Ms. Shambangu?
If you read, as you were, this statement and other statements, I have emphasized the category of people I was referring to and I've always referred to.
Do you?
Now, if what Deputy Minister Shabang meant what I said and was referring to the category of people I've been talking about, then it means we were saying the same thing. I don't know. I see this extract here. I don't have an appreciation of what prompted Deputy Minister Shabang or the President to say whatever they said.
Do you believe that there are human rights practitioners who are feared by members of the police in carrying out their duties?
Yes, they would have expressed that to me, both the media and some people would always see everything wrong with them as police. They have said that, yes.
And if we go back to the previous page, what do you say? The answer is that human rights lawyers, for instance, judges, ordinary citizens, that the police are trigger happy, if I may use the expression, then they must be ignored.
Trigger happy? No. they should not be ignored. But when necessary, they have to do what the Act says they must do. And in fact, that very expression, trigger happy, if you read all the statements, you will find in this very extra tier that I talk about that all the time, that there is no place for members of SAPS who are trigger happy.
The only language that R5 understand is R5s. I have to think twice and use the answer.
Mr. Bezos, it's 1 o'clock, so when we reach an appropriate stage in your cross-examination, please
Well,
tell me so we can then take the lunch adjournment.
I'm going to quote a statement from Mr. Tsele. It's a brief one, perhaps I should do it. Mr. Tsele, well, the appointment of Mr. Beke Tsele as National Commissioner of the SAPS in July 2009. At the time when he was appointed, Mr. Tsele already had a reputation.
Number 14.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Bezos. Are you quoting from the exhibit FF17? If so, would you
Page
please give us
12,
the paragraph number?
14.
Pardon?
Page 12, paragraph 14.
All right, thank you. Perhaps they can show us. There we go.
Yes. Shall I start again, Mr. Chairman? The appointment of Mr. Beke Tsele as National Commissioner of the SAPS in July 2009. At the time he was appointed, Mr. Tsele already had a reputation for advocating the aggressive use of force and continued to openly do so during his initial months after he was appointed. For instance, in an address to the Pretoria Press Club in September 2009, Mr. Tsele is reported to have said that criminals were heavily armed with R5 assault rifles, and that the only language that R5s understand is R5s. The police do not have to think twice and lose their lives. Now,
What's the question you want to ask the witness based on that?
this was a commissioner of police.
I understand, but what's the question you're asking the witness about?
Do you agree with his statement?
It's in line with what I've been saying since this morning. It's very specific. It's not talking about any other South African. So it's in line with what I was saying.
Yes. You say that this is what Mr. Tsele says is in accordance with the Constitution. Is that what you're saying?
It is in accordance with the Act that if police are under danger, they would have to use deadly force, and this is what he's saying here.
Aren't there some qualifications, both in the Constitution and in the Act and Section 49, in relation to proportionality and other matters?
Yes.
He doesn't say that. He says that the only way that they can do it is by answering fire with fire.
But this is proportionality. He is talking about people who are carrying R5s. And he is saying that those people understand that language. That's what you are saying.
You say that you have no objection to what Mr. Tsele said, and
No, I don't
you
have.
would support what
I
he
don't
said.
have objection.
Beg your pardon?
I don't have objection.
You don't have any objection?
No.
I mean, the short point is that Mr. Tsele was appointed National Commissioner while you were Minister.
Yes.
And if you had disagreed with what he said, the statements he made received quite extensive publicity. And if you disagreed with what he said, you'd have made that clear.
Yeah.
Oh. Can we take the lunch adjournment now, Mr.
Yes,
Bezos?
Mr. Chairman.
Quarter to 10 to 2. if they were engaged on frolics of their own, he wouldn't be liable.
Yes.
There would, of course, be a further proposition, sort of almost a constitutional proposition, that even if he's not vicariously liable in delict, he might have some kind of political responsibility for things that happened, subject to the basic provisions that he's referred to earlier in his evidence.
Yeah.
Those are the two. That, with respect, is a more accurate way of stating the proposition. He's not responsible for everything that any policeman did, but he would be responsible civilly, or he would have been at the time, responsible civilly in the law of delict for everything they did in the course and scope of their duties, purported performance of their duties, and he might have a broader political responsibility, which
Yes.
is also relevant in some tangential way.
I am going to submit with respect that the witness is vicariously responsible for the deaths, for the acts committed by his officers, Mr. Chairman. Whom do we sue whenever the police have killed somebody? The Minister of Police, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sure the Minister, when he's Minister of Police, was the defendant in many actions,
Yes.
nomine efficacy, for many things of which he had no knowledge.
Yes.
But on the principles of vicarious liability, he would, the actions were appropriately brought against him in his official capacity as Minister.
Yes. This is why I want to ask him questions about his role on the appointment of the people who were in charge, and more particularly, Mr. Scott.
Who?
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
So you're departing from the point, you're now leaving the point that you have been covering up to now, which is,
I was
you may well
leading
feel
up-
that you've got enough.
I was leading up
Oh, I see.
whether
Right. Well,
he
carry on.
accepts responsibility for the conduct of Mr. Scott, who arranged for R5s to be used against the crowd.
Well, ask the question you want to ask.
Well, when I started, I explained what the Constitution obliges or enjoins the Minister of Police to do, which is mainly laying the law, laying the foundation, the framework for members of SAPS to work on. And that would be found in the policy, determination, formulation, which we were talking about earlier on. It would be found on the implementation of that policy. To the extent that the policy is implemented, or to the extent that the policy is in place, overall, as the political head, I would be responsible.
Do you consider yourself responsible for the actions of the officer, Colonel Scott's?
In fairness, you must explain to the witness, before it can be expected to answer the question, what kind of responsibility you have in mind in framing the question as you have done.
Civil and or criminal liability for the deaths. The officer in his office may be responsible for what he did and what he did not do properly.
But I understand
And
that.
the witness is
okay.
vicariously responsible for that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, let's get his answer. What do you say to the question you've been asked? Do you regard yourself as responsible for the deaths and presumably the injuries that follows as well? Now, the question is asked in respect of various kinds of responsibility. Do you regard yourself as civilly liable, responsible, or liable in terms of the criminal law? That's the way the question was framed. Is that right?
Yes.
What I know is that as the political head at the time of the police, I would be responsible for all the things the police are doing.
Right. Thank you for that. Now, we know that the plan that was executed on the 16th was formulated by then Lieutenant Colonel Scott. Now, did you know that crowd management was the primary business of POP, the POP group of the police? Did you know that?
If you talk of crowd management, in the strictest sense of crowd management, yes.
Yes. Did you know that Mr. Scott, or Colonel Scott, had no public policing experience at all?
Objection, that's not correct, Chair. Objection, Chair. The evidence is to the contrary.
Objection. I'm looking to Mr. Bezos to see how he answers.
I'm sorry, is the question allowed, Mr. Chairman?
Objection be raised, and I'm waiting to hear your answer as to whether I should allow it or disallow it.
I submit
The
Mr.
objection is
Chairman.
raised. I want to hear your reply to the objection before deciding whether I should allow the objection or disallow the objection.
Yes, but Mr. Chairman, vicariously, the witness, if
That wasn't the basis of the objection. The basis of the objection was you put it to the witness
yes,
as a fact
yes,
that Lieutenant Colonel Scott had no public order policing experience at all.
that has
That-
was his.
That was the basis of the objection.
Yes.
My recollection was he had done a course, but sorry? He had some experience, but I think it's also clear that his experience was fairly minimal, and he certainly wasn't aware of the provisions of Standing Order 262. So
This is what
possibly if you reformulate the question,
Yes,
you may be able to avoid the objection.
Colonel Scott, that he had a long time ago in relation to crowd control and he was the architect of the plan. Did you know that?
I wouldn't know those. We have about 200,000 members of SAPS. So to expect the Minister of Police to know each and every one what kind of skills they have, those are purely operational matters. And I may not venture into that.
Yes. Right. Now, assume that that evidence is correct. Did you know that Lieutenant Colonel Scott had been responsible for the killing of 11 of 12 people that he was supposed to arrest? Did you know that?
No, Chair, I object. Still, whether or not anybody is responsible for the death that occurred, it's a matter that is squarely within the...
And that's not the question. The question is, did the witness know? I think we can predict what the answer will be. But did the witness know that Colonel Scott had, so it is alleged?
No, didn't this...
No, it's not. The question was, did the witness know that Colonel Scott had been responsible in the past, before he went to Marikana, for the killing of, I think, 11 or 12 people in a cash and transit heist, this case? That's the question.
But sir,
Yeah. Let's see what the witness says. I think I know what the answer is going to be. Let's see if I'm right. Did you know that, Minister?
No, Chair.
I was right. Yes, carry on, Ms. Beaton.
Yes. Did you know that he received a commendation for that conduct?
Which conduct?
I think the
The
question
killing.
is he was involved in foiling a cash-in-transit heist, in the course of which 10 or 11 people died. You said you didn't know that. The next question is, did you know that he received a commendation for his conduct in foiling this cash-in-transit heist? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Well, Chair, as I said, you are not going to know each and every police officer that this one got this commendation and everything else. Now, all these questions, I see them very much related because they are very specific.
On the information that we have, this commendation was delivered to him during your being the
My
minister,
term of office.
The minister.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Well, I don't, because as I say, there are many people in the police. People are given commendation on a continuous basis. So I really, I really wouldn't keep track on those specific matters.
And also, after Marikana, he was promoted from lieutenant colonel to colonel during your term of office. Who decides to promote deputy colonels to full colonels?
That would be an operational matter of the management of the police.
You wouldn't know about it?
No, people are promoted every day, Chairperson. I wouldn't know who's promoted today or tomorrow or yesterday. I mean, where would I start? And, no.
Are there no documents that come before the minister? Do you not have to sign a commission or something like that?
Well, the point...
Or maybe that you have to sign so many you can't remember who gets...
Well, it's precisely the point I'm making, Chair, that these things happen on a continuous basis. You cannot really keep track of who today has been commended or whatever. You wouldn't know. But that is happening, you know, in the normal course of work of the police.
You yourself have expressed regret for the tragedy that occurred on the 16th. Did it occur to anybody in charge of promotions that in view of the role that he may have played in Marikana, it would not be good public relations for the police as a whole if he was promoted?
Sorry, Mr. Bezos, are you stating it as a fact that he was promoted because of what he did in Marikana? Or are you speculating? Or are you saying if it was so, it would be bad public relations? The question is a bit vague to me, and if it's vague to me, I think the minister may have similar problems. Reformulate the question more crisply.
What did I say? Having regard to the criticism of the police after the event, it wasn't good public relations for the police to promote Lieutenant Colonel Scott.
Chair, with respect, we're constrained. The minister has repeatedly mentioned that these are operational matters in respect of which he would not...
Asked a different question. He's being asked something which he can express a meaningful opinion, that as minister he regards it as a public relations disaster, or as minister he doesn't regard it as a public relations disaster, or it's more complicated. I mean, I don't think I can disallow the question.
I will leave it at that point, Mr. Chairman. Now, just give me the papers.
I didn't disallow your question. I said I can't disallow it. I said you can ask it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My hearing is letting me down.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I dropped my voice. I'll try to speak louder next time.
Thank you. What is your answer?
My answer is that matters of promotion are matters of management and control. Why he was promoted, for what reasons, I would have to be informed about that.
Now, I want to turn to another topic. Yeah.
Which is our statement.
Has it been put in?
No, we need to put it in.
One of the deceased that the Legal Resources Center is acting for, his grandfather and five other dependents, Mr. Shadrach Olokile Lendigwane.
We've got to submit it as an exhibit, George.
And it's exhibit.
No, it's a new exhibit.
It's a new exhibit which we want to put in, Mr. Chairman, as an exhibit. I'm told that it's
have to be quadruple C6, I think is the latest one. It's a statement, affidavit, in fact, I think.
yes.
By, we did have a copy, but I haven't got it in front of me. How did you spell your client's name?
L-E-D-I.
So here it is. It's on the screen. Ledingwani.
Yes.
The affidavit of Mr. Ledingwani is, or witness statement of Mr. Ledingwani is admitted as exhibit quadruple C6.
Yes. Now, the statement sets out in paragraphs 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 21, and 22, which I will read out. He sets himself out that he's an adult male pensioner residing in Marikana. I'm the grandfather of John Papi Polwano Lendigwani, who was one of the people killed on the 16th of August 2012. I affirm the contents of the statement are true and correct, and accept where I state otherwise with my personal knowledge and belief. John lived at 367 Selekong section, Wonderkop, where he had access to prepared electricity and water. He had lived in Selekong from 1994 after his father passed away. John lived in a house that I myself had built for him using materials that he had bought. In paragraph 8, on the day of the sorry. No, I'm sorry, I must read 4. John had been working at the Kari shaft of the London mine for about 5 years at a division known as K4 Engineering. He received a basic salary of 4,675 and a housing allowance of 1,850. In the period before the strike began, John had been working the afternoon shift. His last day at work was 11 August. After that, he started attending meetings in the mountain. He would attend daily and then return home. He would leave home in his car, and the number is HVN179LW, and parked it at the Wonderkop hostel. His uncle, Chihidi Letseleng, saw John leave home on the 16th of August 2012 and informs me that John was not carrying any weapons when he left home to go to the mountain, and that he did not carry any weapons on any other days that he went there. Paragraph 8, on the day of the incident, John left his car as usual. His uncle did not see any weapons. He was not carrying a stick or knobkerrie. He went to the mountain to receive feedback from the striking workers' representatives.
Mr. Bezos, I must tell you that you've got 5 minutes left. But,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm just warning you.
It's very important.
Right, no, carry on. I'm just telling you.
Yes, I may have to ask.
Review the situation at the end of the 5 minutes, but carry on in the
We
meanwhile.
finish because it's very important.
I understand. Carry on.
Then, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Chair, the witness must also be told that this is not evidence. Even the quality of its here status, it's observable to all of us.
Sure, the witness is bright enough to pick it up himself. Carry on, Mr. Bezos.
John, 21, John was a sole breadwinner supporting 6 dependents. There were his daughter, Senolo, Sasha, Rapu, and his niece, Bocha Kopano Lendigwani, and his sister, Kenao Ludugwani. His brother, Regomandiwe Gift Legwana, and Moemisi Joseph Lingwana. John's oldest brother is still at school, together with the other dependents and the niece who is at a creche. There are no other means of supporting John's dependents. The responsibility of support has fallen on me as a pensioner. Mr. Chairman, if need be, we will file supplementary affidavits insofar as any hearsay.
All right. Anyway, well, what is the question you want to ask the witness? That's the end
Mr.
of the
Chairman,
statement.
we want to show, with respect, a video, or rather the spot where he died. Can we please have that?
But what's the relevance of it as far as this witness is concerned? You're asking the witness these questions based upon the statement.
Well,
I take it the witness has got no knowledge of any of the facts
no knowledge
contained
of
in the
it, Mr.
affidavit.
Chairman.
So
But
what is
we
the bottom line? What's the question you're going to ask him based on? Ask him to assume these facts for the sake of his answer. What's the question going to be?
Yes, the question is going to be, Mr. Chairman, that he was not killed in scene 1 and approximately 100 meters away from there.
I understand that, and let's assume the minister is prepared to accept that for the purposes of his evidence. What question are you going to address to him?
I'm going to ask the witness, Mr. Chairman, what he has done. He has expressed some regret for the tragedy. What I want to ask the witness about is, what did he, as a minister, or the police under him, did in order to assist this family after the death of a person who could not possibly be one of the persons that attacked the police?
This is on the assumption that the facts set out in the affidavit are correct. Make that assumption, please, Minister. I take it you wouldn't have done anything personally, but to your knowledge, have the police done anything to deal with the situation of the dependents left behind by those people who were killed, particularly if one accepts that all 3,000 or 4,000 of them weren't armed. Well, let's not talk about 3,000 or 4,000. Of those who were killed, there were 34. If one assumes that all of them were not armed, just making that assumption for the moment, have the police done anything to redress the situation in which their dependents are left? Is that your question?
That is the question that we want to examine, Mr. Chairman.
Let's have the Minister's answer.
Well, thanks, Chair. My recollection is that 44 people died in that week. And because of that, the President of the Republic appointed a commission so that when the commission has done its work, it will make a determination. And mind you, the commission was supposed to have done its job within 4 months. So it was to make a determination of what then has to be done, because talking about one person and leaving other 43, 43, I don't think it's going to help anyone.
I would have thought that the photograph that shows him as exhibit, or rather as, yes, on the photograph he is shown as victim O. And there is another one there, victim N. These people are not dead at the copy, and they are not dead bodies at scene 1. They are both shot in the head, and the evidence of the wound and the expert witness is that they were hit on the side or back of the head, and that was the cause of death, and that they actually, the nature of the nature of the wounds are that they were immediately fatal, so that they couldn't have run there from either scene 1 or from the copy. They're away from everyone else. One would have thought any sort of investigation in any detail in relation to these particular families, and particularly the one that we are acting for, would have been investigated as to whether or not they were guilty of any offense before they were shot, and if not, to take steps to compensate them.
I think the question is, do you know whether any investigation was done, apart from appointing this commission and all the work that's gone into the investigation of the materials that come before the commission? Do you know of any investigation of the kind suggested by Mr. Bezos relating to people in the position of the grandson of his client, with a view to giving them compensation in the interim, even before the commission has reported? Are you aware of any investigation of that kind?
Well, Chair, I'm aware that whenever police have transgressed or have committed an act, which is like the one we are talking about, there is IPID, whose responsibility it is to follow up such things and investigate. And I know that IPID from the beginning informed me that they are investigating, but they are also interacting with the commission. So that's what I know. Not for one individual or two, but for those cases which needed to be investigated.
Thank you. Your time is up, Mr. Bezos. Is there any final point you want to make? Give you a chance to make ask one more question.
One more question. There is an independent police commission that is supposed to investigate matters. Has this matter been investigated by the Commission? Or don't you know?
Well, as I said, Chair, that my understanding is that there is investigation. I may not know individuals who are being investigated.
Thank you. Mr. Bios, that of course is correct. The IPID have cooperated with the officers of the Commission in relation to investigations that have been done. Anyway, thank you. That's your cross-examination. The next cross-examiner, I think, is Mr. Dumisa. It's Bezo for the families. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
According to my notes, an hour and a half. I hope
It's
that you
two
may
now,
be able
Mr.
to...
Chairman.
Sorry? Too much?
It's 2.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I've been misinformed.
Well, it was
Well, let's not
originally-
argue about the time. Let's get on with your
Chair, I
question.
think that the families and MCO combined have a period of time, and that was the initial division. I'm not sure if that has changed
I see, you're
between
right.
the
Well,
teams.
anyway, you're obviously going to cross-examine at least till the end of the day, unless you
Yes,
somehow are
Mr.
able to shorten things, and we can then take stock at the end of the day tomorrow morning as to what's going to happen then. Start now, please.
Sorry, Chairperson, before Mr. Nsibeza starts, together with Ms. Nkosi Thomas, we've prepared a revised version of Exhibit CCC 1.8. We've circulated it to the parties by email, but can we hand up 3 copies for yourselves?
We not make it CCC 1.7 because we took 1.7 away, remember? Well, if it's marked 1.8, I suppose it's too late.
Chair, I confirm that, except to add that it's actually quadruple, not triple.
Marked quadruple on the top. So we'll call it quadruple 1.8, and we will just note that 1.7 has been withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Shasky. Mr. Nsibeza, before you carry on, just one announcement I should have made when we started. It's been reported to me that somebody, either someone here or someone who has been in attendance here in the past, went away with, I'm sure it was done inadvertently, went away with the headphones and the receiver. And that's causing a bit of difficulty. And so I'd be grateful, I'm sure it wasn't done on purpose, so I'd be grateful if any one of you here did that. I'd be grateful if you please bring it back. And if none of the people here is responsible, but you know who was, I'd be grateful also if steps could be taken to bring it back, because there are consequences that follow from our not being able to give it back to the contractor. So please, as I say, if anyone here has taken the headphones or the receiver away, and left them at home by mistake, please bring them tomorrow. If none of the people here is responsible, but you know who was, would you please tell the person concerned? Because I'm sure it's no use to the person away from here, and I'm sure it was just inadvertence. Yes, Mr. Nsibeza, on that happy note, you can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to, before I start, to note that I was informed that evidence in chief would be led in 1 or 1.5 hours. And I noted that it was actually led in 3 hours, give or take some minutes.
But there were a number of interruptions, you may remember, and problems we had. But
I know, Mr. Chairman, that I can always rely upon you to give me as
but of
much
course,
time.
it wouldn't have affected your prepared cross-examination because the evidence given was in accordance with the statements which you'd been given beforehand and which you took into account when you prepared your cross-examination. But let's not waste any further time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I need to make a declaration before we start with our cross-examination. And the declaration is that you and I are known to each other. I see you nod. Yes. In fact, when you were Minister of Police, there was in the employ of the ministry one Jenny Irish Koboshiane. Do you recall her?
Yes, yes, I do.
And through Jenny Irish Koboshiane, I got to be told that in the exercise of the constitutional command in section 208, you had established a civilian secretariat for the police service in your capacity as national minister. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the national secretariat for the police service had an advisory body which was composed of civilians, and I had the honor to serve in your civilian secretariat as one of the members. You recall that?
Yes, I remember.
And so I felt I need to make that, that declaration because, as you have noticed, sometimes there is heated debate in the triangle between the witness, the cross-examiner, and the chair, sometimes in the rectangle between the representative of SAPS, the cross-examiner, the witness, and the chair. And I just want you to relax and to understand that if that happens, it is because we are all performing our function.
Yes.
You do accept that. Now, Minister, I stand corrected. I was listening to your examination when you were being led in examination chief, and I did get a sense that you did get some briefing, but it seems correct to say that in none of your statements have you given a detail as to when you were briefed about what happened in Marikana. If I recall your evidence, it seems to me that there was the time that you were traveling and when you were told by phone as to what had happened. But it doesn't appear from your statements that there was a specific time when you were briefed about what had happened. Is it correct? Is it correct that you do not seem in your statements to have pinpointed a period when you would have been briefed about Marikana for the first time? Look, it's my observation because I want to go on
I'm trying to
Yes.
check. I thought it's here.
Yes.
It is here in the statement. If you look at page 28 on the supplementary statement,
Yes. Where exactly, Mr. Does it say you got the kind of briefing that I'm talking about?
The point that I think Mr. Sabez is busy with is in that paragraph that you referred us to, you tell us about the briefings, if one can use that expression, that you got about the tragedy. And in fact, in 85.5.5, you say she, that's the National Commissioner, stated she would get a full briefing and then brief me in turn thereafter. And then in 85.5.7, well, 85.5.6, you say you called with a view to obtaining a full briefing, but were unsuccessful. And then 85.5.7, you say you had a 68-second call during this time. You and the National Commissioner spoke briefly about the tragedy. And then you refer to two conversations that you had which were dealt with in paragraph 85.5.9, which these two conversations lasted for 88 and 213 seconds respectively. At that stage, we spoke about the tragedy, you say. Now, I can't see where you say that you thereafter received the full briefing that you'd asked for. And I take it what Mr. Nsebeza wants to know is, did you in fact receive the full briefing thereafter, which you had been trying to get earlier? And the answer is that, if the answer to that is yes, then the next question would be, well, when did you receive that full briefing?
Well,
is that right, Mr. Nsebeza?
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
well, Chair, the 85.5.9 was the briefing which the Commissioner gave me. That is 2111. So she briefed me what happened on that day. As I said...
Sorry to interrupt you. What you're telling us then is that you received 2 briefings, of course, 2 telephone calls, which lasted 301 seconds, which means that they lasted for 5 minutes and 1 second. Is that the only briefing you got? A briefing combined briefings lasting 5 minutes and 1 second.
As Chair, you'd recall that in this interaction, the National Commissioner was to go to Marikana. So she was briefed of what has happened. So she then in turn briefed me. But where the full briefing of everything what happened on the day happened the following day.
Right. But am I correct in putting the question to you, which is what I put to you, that you do not seem to be saying anything in either of your statements other than the reference to a total of 5 minutes of briefing about when you were briefed about what had happened in Marikana? I'm talking about the statements. I'm not talking about your knowledge of what happened thereafter. Is it correct that we can put it as a fact that in your statements, in neither of your 2 statements, you do not say when you were briefed about what had happened?
No, it is.
It's not a trick question.
No,
you
it's
know.
not. No, it's not at all.
Yeah.
No, as you can see the statement, what I've just said now is not in the statement.
Yes. It's okay.
Yes.
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
all right. Yeah. Now, if we could put up Exhibit FF5, that's a statement that was made to the media and had been drafted during the night of the 16th of August after the events. You see that statement. General Pierre pronounces on mine unrest. You see that?
Yes.
Now, we are going to come back to that statement, but can we please put up Exhibit A-VTW Exhibit AAA. Mr. Chairman, we are not going to play it, but that is the footage of the National Commissioner when he was making the statement to the media. I just want to orientate the minister. Can we put up that exhibit, please, Exhibit AAA, where General Pierre is addressing the media. Then VTW-12, there is, I don't know what these things are called, _12, _01. I'm sure you are familiar with this footage, Minister. And that is the time. Perhaps we must play the...
How long does it go on for?
It's about 1 minute for 8 seconds.
All right, we'll invest that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to hear the
Help if we had some
voice.
sound, because I can't lip read very well.
When we started deploying the barbed wire fencing, the group of protesters they were met by members from the police who tried to report the advance with water cannons, tear gas, as well as stun grenades. Ladies and gentlemen, the attempt was unsuccessful, and the police members had to employ force to protect themselves from the charging group. The dispersion action had commenced at this time, and the armed protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground close to the vicinity. The police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out of the bushy area by means of water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. The militant group stormed towards the police, firing shots and wielding dangerous weapons. Police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves. The total deaths of the protesters currently stands at 34, with more than 78 injured.
Right. Now, did you see the media statement before it was delivered by the Commission?
I saw
Or
the
don't you
media
recall?
statement.
You saw it?
It was sent to me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And when the minister delivered the media statement,
That's not an answer to the question. It was sent to you. Did you have a chance to read it?
Yes, it was sent to me. I read the statement, yes.
and when the minister was delivering it, did you listen to her?
The commissioner, I think.
Sorry, Minister.
Provincial Commissioner.
When the commissioner was delivering the statement, did you listen to her?
No.
Did you listen to her later on?
I don't recall listening to this particular statement.
There was one, really, that
Yes.
you made relevant to this incident.
Well, that's why I'm listening to it now.
Are you saying you didn't ever hear this kind of footage, the delivery of this media statement, before today?
Well, as I said, I didn't have time, or I didn't see it being delivered.
No, it's not a crime. You say, I just wanted to know whether you
Yes.
had seen it before,
Yeah.
before it was delivered, and you have told the commissioner and that you did. Now, if we could put up triple F4 on the screen. This, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is an internal brief that was prepared during
This
the
is
same
the document
night.
that was prepared the night of the 16th and
Yes.
sent to the president who
Exactly,
was in
Mr.
Mozambique.
Chairman. Yes. It was a document that was prepared for purposes of briefing you, of bringing the president, and of yes.
it correct that the document was prepared for briefing you? I know it was, the evidence was it was sent to I think, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was with the President at a meeting in Mozambique on the night of the 16th of August. Did you see it also?
Yes, I did.
Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, whether, I don't know, because I was just going to put the question just for clarity's sake. Is that the internal brief document that was prepared in order to brief you, the President, and the Interco, the Department of Internal Relations, International Relations?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. When did you receive the document?
I must think now. I don't recall.
Your point of departure must obviously be the 16th. In relation to, because you were going to be briefed about what had happened, unless you were briefed about what was going to happen.
No, which is not possible.
I'm going to take the tea, German, in a minute, but before we do that, perhaps you can help us on this aspect. We understand the documents were prepared fairly late in the evening of the 16th, of the 16th, yes.
Yes.
And was sent off, I think the evidence is in the early hours of the morning, presumably just after midnight, to Mozambique, or presumably to Pretoria first and then to Mozambique for the President. Did you see it that night, or did you only see it the next day?
Definitely not that night. It would be the next day, where there was a full briefing in Marikana.
Now, that full briefing in Marikana, did you go to Marikana on the 17th?
On the 17th.
Yes.
Yes.
And did you see the document when you were there?
I think I first saw it there because this is where the briefing of everything from the 10th, if you like, with all the documentation, this is including the kind of work which was done from Monday by the police,
yes.
Electronically.
Yes. And did you see this document before the National Commissioner gave the media briefing that we've just seen on the video, or did you only see it afterwards? Or can't you remember?
No, I can't remember.
You can't remember. Can we take Patia German now, Mr. Spence?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. But
Thank you.
just before we take the teenage gentleman, Colonel, Minister, I'm demoting you every time.
He's drawn the promotion very quickly.
Minister, you know, when we come back, I just want you to try and recall whether you did get an oral briefing about this document, and if so, who it was that gave the oral briefing. Then we'll get the answers after we have reflected upon them. I want to be fair to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks.
We must try to be back in 15 minutes. I know it's not easy, but we must try very hard.
You don't have to go out.
The provincial commissioner was there.
Yes.
The deputy provincial commissioner was also there.
And as you said,
The Deputy Provincial Commissioner, there are a number of Deputy Commissioners. I presume you mean General Mpembe.
General Mpembe, yes.
and that is when you said there was a fair amount of detail starting from Friday the 10th.
Yes.
And until the events of the 16th.
Yes.
Now, if we could just look at F4, because I just want us to go to certain paragraphs there. Now, this was the briefing document which had also been prepared by the same team that had also prepared the media statement, which is F5. Now we'll come to F5. Now on F4, on page 2 thereof, if we went to the 5th paragraph or the 2nd page, you see that there is a paragraph that starts with the dispersion. The dispersion action had commenced at this time, and the protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground in the close vicinity. The police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out by means of water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. The police advanced to arrest the armed protesters, resulting in police officers having to again employ force to defend themselves at close quarters. This resulted in 13 more protesters' deaths. Now, in fact, we should start with the paragraph above that to read the second one in context, because there's a flow there. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Do you see where it says, when the police started deploying the barbed wire fencing, a militant group from the protesters armed with weapons, pangas, spears, axes, and firearms hastily flanked the vehicles deploying the wire. They were met by members from the police who tried to repulse the advance with stun grenades. The attempt was unsuccessful, and the police members had to employ force to protect themselves from the charging group. This resulted in the death of 16 protesters, with 13 wounded at that scene. You see that?
Yes.
Now, you will know, but if you don't, I will tell you that there is common understanding here that that is what has commonly come to be referred to here, the Commission, as Scene 1. In other words, the first group of people, mine workers or protesters, were killed in that first volley, which is probably what you saw on television before you came for the briefing. Yes. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So this this briefing document clearly states what happened in Scene 1. And then in the second paragraph, or the paragraph following that, it goes on to mention that the police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out by means of water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. The police advanced to arrest the armed protesters, resulting in police officers having to again employ force to defend themselves at close quarters. This resulted in 13 more protesters' deaths with 15 more wounded at the second incident. So that paragraph, you would agree with me, states another incident where more deaths of protesters occurred, and what it has come to be known in the commission as seen to, you would accept that there was a second scene where there were more deaths, according to this briefing document. Do you accept that?
Yes, yes.
Yes. And you understood that to be the position that was communicated to you when you were getting this briefing. In fact, if you read the paragraph, not the one-liner after the paragraph that we had read, the paragraph that says the total death toll of the protesters currently stands at 29, with more than 71 critically injured and others being treated for minor wounds. So that seems to be clear that is what the briefing document was saying to you, that there were two scenes, and that those two scenes, scene one and scene two, there were fatalities, and as at that stage, the fatalities were standing at 29 and with those numbers injured. That is what you understood when you were getting the briefing on that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if we went to triple F5, now, that in a nutshell is the press briefing document. It complements what you saw in the clip. It's the press briefing that she gives, and which we would argue, if you wouldn't accept it, correlates to what we saw in the footage that we played a little while ago when we commenced cross-examination. I want to draw your attention to the second page thereof, to the paragraph that begins with when the police started deploying. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
It's the seventh, the third last, and the eighth, second last paragraphs on that page. There it is. When the police started deploying the barbed wire fencing, the group of protesters armed with dangerous weapons and firearms hastily flanked the vehicles deploying the wire. They were met by members from the police who tried to repose the advance with water cannon, tear gas, as well as stun grenades. The attempt was unsuccessful, and the police members had to employ force to protect themselves from the charging group. You see that? Now, I will want to argue, and this is where I want to get your view. That the media statement doesn't create the impression that there were two sins. Do you agree? The media statement by General Pierre.
Yes, yes. The second paragraph after that, is it not talking to second part.
Yes, but you see, it doesn't distinguish in the manner in which the briefing document is done. And I'll tell you why it is important that a clear impression should have been created. You know, and I think all of us do know, that scene 1 had been captured in local and international media. It's one of those scenes that were shocking and they went viral throughout the world. Yes. So I'm saying, and I put it to you for your reaction, that whereas the briefing document, and this was the briefing document to you, is clear, and you don't have to hunt around to find what it says. It says scene 1, this is what happened at scene 1. Scene 2, this is what happened in scene 2. You don't get the same messaging from the police commissioner's media briefing. Would you agree with me? You can't, from her statement,
yes,
tell that there were 2 incidents, each of which had its own toll of deaths. And you must have been aware of that. Or if you were not, I'm bringing it to your attention now. And I'm asking if you didn't get that impression when later on you saw her deliver that media statement. And reading it, and because I want to ask you, did it not occur to you that?
Well, they are not identical. I agree with you, including other things like numbers of people who died.
Yes, yes. But the significant difference, as I'm suggesting to you, is that the impression that is getting created here is that there was a mission by the police there to encircle, they used barbed wire, to encircle workers. The workers attacked them, and in order to defend themselves against this charging horde of people who were armed with dangerous weapons, pangas, assegais, this, that, and the next thing, they took action, and that resulted in the deaths. Now, that is the media briefing. And it coincides with what the media had captured. Do you agree? It doesn't tell you that sometime thereafter, people had run into the mountains, people had been sought to be taken out of the mountains and the hills by means of water cannon and what have you. Again, there they charged, and it resulted in additional deaths. You don't get that from the media briefing. Is that correct? Is it a fair assessment of a comparison between the two? It's not just a question of artificial difference, you know, we don't mention so many and so many.
Well, this is what is being published. What you are saying is what is out there in the public eye.
And I'm saying it's a material omission. It amounts to misleading the public, which is expecting the commissioner to tell the nation and the world as exactly what happened.
Chair, may we
object at this stage. It's not clear why the minister should take responsibility for this alleged omission in a statement that he did not write and dealing with circumstances that arose in his absence, Chair. So we really have to object to this. It's unfair to the witness.
Mr. Sibeza, how do you respond to the objection?
Mr. Chairman, the witness has been fairly candid. He saw the statement when it was made. He saw the briefing document. He may not have seen the statement. He doesn't recall. That was the evidence. He doesn't recall whether he saw the statement being made by the general. But he had seen it. And our argument will be that the same briefing team that had done the briefing document is the same briefing team that did the media statement. The minister was aware, he has indicated that there was going to be a media briefing. He was fully advised. If you look at the media briefing, F5 and the briefing document, the internal document, they all categorize, or they purport to do so, what happened from the 10th, Friday the 10th of August to the 16th. So what I'm putting to my what my response to my learned friend is that the minister is not being taken to task about. He is the minister in charge of the police. He has been given a full briefing now, orally as well as in terms of these documents. And we should assume, because of the scale of the tragedy, that he is conscious of what is going to be communicated to the public. Now, how on earth it can be argued that...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you going to contend, in other words, at the end of the evidence, that the minister can be criticized personally for what you suggest are fundamental or material conflicts between the two statements, which he had seen, and that therefore, in as much as he allowed them to go forward, he can be criticized? That's your argument. Whether the criticism be good or bad is another matter. But are you going to criticize him on that basis?
That's exactly the point, Mr. Chairman.
Well, if that's so, Mr. Nkosazana, surely it's only fair to the witness that Mr. Sibeza should put the problem to him so that he can deal with the criticism which is going to be directed against him at the end, unless he comes up with an explanation which is of such a nature that induces Mr. Sibeza not to persist in that criticism. That must be fair, surely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whilst my learned friend is trying to find another basis for objection, may I proceed on this basis? Minister, you see...
Sorry, am I not called upon to rule on the objection? You're going to reformulate the question in the hope that
No, I thought you had ruled, Mr. Chair.
Sorry? I haven't ruled. I asked you a question. I then asked her what her answer to it was, and she didn't reply. So,
Chair, except to add that when one has regard to the number of fatalities, it's very clear that there was no intention to conceal or mislead the public, but be that as it may, Chair.
Well, that's a matter of the point to which this way. Well, now, I think of the circumstances, regard being had to the fact that the question is, in effect, a prelude to a criticism which may well be mounted against the minister at the end, unless the minister's answers of such a nature as to induce or persuade Mr. Sibeza not to persist with the criticism. It's only fair it should be put to him so he gets a chance to deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, just so that there is no misunderstanding between me and you, there clearly is one between me and my learned friend. I'm not contesting the numbers of fatalities, because as we all know, the number was not 29 on that day. At the end of the day, the people who got killed, the miners who got killed, the number was 34. That's not the point. The point with which, fortunately, the two of us have agreed is that the briefing document is truly reflective of two scenes. in each of which there were fatalities. That were agreed upon, isn't it? Sin 1, it's number of fatalities. Sin 2, it's number of fatalities. That much we have agreed upon. Now, we say the media statement, however you read it, creates the impression that what started with the barbed wire, the encirclement, the alleged attack by the mine workers or protesters at the police and the police line, the police having to do what they had to do, the fatalities. That is the impression that is being created by the media briefing. Now, you have considered that this is so. Now, the question that I would like to put to you, to be fair to you, is whether you were aware, as you are aware now, that what was being communicated by the general to the nation, and I dare say to the world, was materially misleading if it created the impression that the fatalities occurred only at Scene 1. Would you agree with that?
You know, the two statements, as I said earlier on, are not identical. Not only on the matter we are referring to of Scene 1, Scene 2, but also, even though you say, as far as we are concerned, is not important, also the number of fatalities themselves. So when you look at the two, you see here that some things are still in a process, or being processed, as it were, because they really are not identical, and that you won't miss it.
So what are you saying about the numbers, perhaps, if we could?
As we have just said, that at one point it's 29, on the other is 34. I also said, excuse me, earlier on in my statement here that I got 28, for instance. So the number kept on changing.
But if we went to triple F5, and let's look on the second page. The 7th and the 8th. Can we go to that?
At the moment, we've got triple F5. I think you really mean triple F4.
Oh, yeah.
What you mean is, if one reads what is said in regard to the numbers and so on,
Yes.
on triple F4, then you can use that as a basis for comparing it to
Yes.
triple F5. I think you've got triple F5 on the
Yes.
on the,
No,
on the
I
screen
was,
already.
I
You want
was
triple
looking
F4.
everywhere, Mr. Chairman. In fact, no, I need that page, because you'll see the media briefing was already right. Do you see that, about the fatalities? The total death toll of the protesters currently stands at 34. With more than, so when she delivered that statement, she already knew the correct number of deaths from two sins, Sin 1 and Sin 2. And therefore this statement, the media statement, was delivered later than had been, than the internal briefing document had been compiled. So I don't know what I'm getting at is this. In fact, you highlighting the differences between the fatalities actually makes the point I'm making. That the internal briefing document, as at the stage that it was compiled, mentioned 27 or so. The later document actually says 34. So when it was delivered, it was giving the exact number that has historically been accepted to have been the number of the people who got killed by the police in 2 sins. And what we are saying...
Mr. Beza, sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Semenya has turned his light on.
Chair, the document we have on the screen has what I would call paragraph 3 starting from the bottom. It clearly is reference to sin 1. But the following paragraph is clearly dealing with sin 2 when there are people who are going to hire bushes. And it is also talking about water cannons being used there as well as it did in the paragraph before. So this impression of misleading is not obvious to me, Chair, and I would seek clarification.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, you have to make it clear to Mr. Beza, to Mr. Semenya, you just have to make it clear to the witness. But perhaps you can bear in mind what Mr. Semenya has said.
Yes, I will,
And
Mr.
make
Chairman.
it clear to the Minister also.
Yes, I will. The Minister didn't seem to have any difficulty in understanding what I'm putting to him. In fact, that horse is a significant distance from the stable, because we are agreed that where the media briefing, unlike the internal briefing document, is not fuzzy about the stages. It says at a particular stage, in the first stage, these were the facilities. The second stage, these were the facilities. And if we have to argue about it at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, we will. That is our proposition.
But put a question to the witness so that he can deal with it.
Yes.
And then you can perhaps move on.
Yes. So, now, the question I was put, yes, no, I'll take into account what this. Yes. Now, look, if we had to do the exercise, but we would do it, just that my time will be compromised. But if we went paragraph by paragraph, paragraph in the briefing document, paragraph in the media statement, what I am putting out to you will be clear. But this is what I want to ask you, and the question is, you are now clear in terms of the answer that you gave earlier on, that there is a difference between the internal briefing document, insofar as that internal briefing document identifies 2 distinct sins and says how many people were killed in each of the 2 sins. And the media briefing, which does not separate the number of people who were killed in the first sin and the number of people who were killed in the second sin, even though it gives a correct total of people who were killed. Now, were you aware at the time that there is this difference which I'm highlighting to you?
Well, not as clearly as we are putting it, because, as I said earlier on, that the 2 documents are not identical. But the 2 paragraphs, which comes one after the other, whilst not clarifying that this is not sin 2, but it does say that at this time, and it goes on and on and on, in explaining whatever is being explained here.
I don't think I can take this further.
You put the point at great
Yes.
length to the witness. And such material as you
Yes.
have on record, based an argument on, you've got. So
Yes.
let's move on to another point.
Yes. Now, I want to, Mr. Chairman, okay, there is a topic, Mr. Chairman, which we know we will not be dealing with, and it's a topic that might be dealt with by other parties. Mr. Chaskalson probably is going to deal with it. And if Mr. Chairman, you will allow me some leeway to put a few questions in relation thereto. And it is this. Were you aware before the operation on the 16th, or put it away, between the 13th and the 16th, were you aware that at Marikana, units were deployed which, as their arsenal of weapons, use R1 rifles, R5 rifles, R4 rifles? What we have come to accept through an expert of the SAPS in this commission as military issue. Were you aware?
Well, I was informed when I inquired about the deployment that there were going to be personnel or members of SAPS deployed there. I didn't ask a specific question on which unit is there and which one is not there.
Now, from your answer, I gather that you are conceding, having been aware ahead of or during the deployment of the units, that some of those units would be armed with R1 rifles, R5 rifles, rifles which in ordinary parlance are referred to as military weapons. Am I correct in that assessment of your response? You were aware that those rifles would be used, or at least there were units that were deployed to deal with this situation that were armed with those rifles. And I promise I'm not going to go to criminals and whatever you, Begitel and all of that. I just want to ask you.
When they are, let me start this way. I took through the commission on the specific matter which had been brought to my attention. And it was brought to my attention. In the main, having warm bodies on the ground insofar as that is concerned, the deployment and the addition of members of SAPS, I was aware of that. And as I said, I never inquired who will be there, who will not be there, because the main thing for me was that we need police on the ground to avert any fatality.
Let's test that a little bit. It must have been reported to you that 2 police officers had been fatally wounded on the 13th in an encounter with protesters, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it must have been a matter of concern for you as Minister of Police, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And I can take another hour if I had one, trying to get a sense of how it affected you, what you did, what you ordered the police commissioner to do. We'll not get in there. What I'm trying to get at is this. After the 13th, I'm not saying the incidents that had happened before the 13th were not important. I mean, security police people had been killed and incinerated, and there were all sorts of things. There were a number of people who had killed. Mine workers had died in that skirmish on the 13th. But can I put it to you that on the 13th and thereafter, immediately thereafter, when once your own members, when members of the police service, it was called a police force now again, but when members of the police service were killed, I want to put it to you that it became a matter of concern for you. I mean, the emails are indicative of that. And this is what I want to ask you. What are you saying to the commissioners here, that you didn't want to know the details of how this matter was going to be contained, what units were going to be used, what were they going to be using, what weapons will they be using in order to contain the situation? Surely, you are not suggesting that, are you?
Chair, I don't think that you are suggesting that I was supposed to be asking what sort of weapons are going to be used or what weapons would be carried after the police have been killed, which you wouldn't have asked before the police were killed. No, frankly, I wouldn't be asking about the kind of weapons which would be carried. I would rely on the experience of the police in ensuring that there is public order in gatherings, as has happened in the past.
You see, Mr. Minister, my question is not really dissimilar to the poser that was put to you by the chairman, relevant to whether or not the police commissioner had briefed you. About what was going to happen. You are a minister of police, 2 members of which have been hacked to death. And you know that there is a reaction that your department must have to this. Because you are informed by the fact that members of the police service have been killed. Now, I want to suggest to you that you must have a rethink about your response, because I want to put it to you that if you didn't inquire, you were derelict in your duty at seeking to establish what the detail of the deployment is going to be in reaction to the situation that it arisen.
How do you respond to that question?
No, I still stand, Chair, that the Minister of Police is not the person who's supposed to ask police how many guns you are having and so on. It's not my problem.
That's an operational detail.
It is an operational detail.
Right.
So I can't be expecting, in fact, I differ that it's a dereliction of duty, because that's a purely operational matter of a police service who would know what to do in any kind of situation where they are interacting with the public.
Yes, I understand that. Can I ask you another question from a slightly different angle? I take it as Minister you were aware of the equipment that the various units had in the police service?
Yes, I am.
And did you know that there were a substantial number of R5s which were in the police inventory, as it were, and there were units who were heavily reliant on R5? Did you know that?
Well, there are units who use those types of equipment anyway.
Now, those units were, amongst others, were the TRT, the NIU, and the SDF. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know whether any of those, in respect to the units that were sent to Marikana, did you know whether they were TRT units?
Well, as I said, Chair, I didn't inquire, but I know that in certain situations, police would deploy different units, including TRT, STF, as you have said.
NIU?
Come again?
And NIU, National Intervention Unit.
And NIU, yes.
And those units are the ones that are equipped with R5s?
Yes, they are.
As far as the POP units are concerned, the evidence is that I think every 8, they all have sidearms, pistols, and one of them has an R5. So you've got POP people, 1/8 of whom have R5s, and then you have STFs, NIUs, and TRTs. That's the position. But I'm just correcting that. Sorry, Mr. Nsebeza, you've got chance for 2 more questions, and then we'll adjourn till tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps you take the adjournment now.
All right. We'll adjourn till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.